Alright, hey there, E here, and we are back with more Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, where last time we just about finished the chapter. We went to Electrodynamic Cenobium, found Aurora, the leader of the heretics, defeated her, and, well, not really defeated her, but defeated her group, party, the people that she brought with her. And then she kind of fried herself on the machinery. But yeah, did that, returned it to the governor, the planetary governor, to announce that we not really solved the heretic problem, but did get rid of the leader, and then which point he felt it was appropriate time to throw a celebratory party for us, despite the fact that that the rest of the heretics really weren't just dead, just our leader. I mean, it was a bit premature, but anyways. So anyways, we then proceeded to go through our whole parade, at which point then it did turn out that Aurora wasn't quite dead, as being something of a conduit for chaos. She came back, or something did. Anyways, the heretics then launched a attack once again, killed so many people, and then the star disappeared. Well, the sun disappeared, which means that the planet does look rather doomed, and we attempted to make our way to the starport to evacuate, taking who we can, fighting through the various heretics that were blocking our way, and then encountered Aurora once again, though this time looking rather like a chaos space marine, which was a rather difficult fight. Started off and just killed Gamma right away, and then killed everyone with their reinforcements, but we still managed to win somehow. And then which is kind of where we're at right now. Oh yeah, and also the planetary governor is dead. Yeah, he tried to flee on his own, and then the guards at the starport, they took offense to that and killed him. Yeah, we were going to leave the rest of the nobles behind, but no, Aurora had different plans. Anyways, with Aurora dead, we just now need to return to our void ship and then, I guess, leave the system. Because, I mean, we can't really fix a missing sun. So yeah, that is the plan for now. I believe that would be the end of chapter 1. But first, we have some leveling up to do, as we kind of missed out last time. We had achieved enough levels to get our next archetype. Yeah, so normally be Vanguard, Master Tactician, or Grand Strategist. But Overseer, that is something new. Yep, the RBD's DLC. Yeah, I had a bit of a look at this after stream last time, and I saw something interesting. Saw something that worked with psychic powers. Was initially going to go with the Servo Skull Swarm because that sounded amazing, attacking with Servo Skulls, but you have this little ability right here that's familiar, where it apparently works with the Biomancy and Telepathy psychic powers. Maybe Scientech as well. Don't know why that's a thumbs down. Either thumbs down because we don't have it, or thumbs down because it absolutely does not work with that one. But anyways, yeah, with the Cyber Raven, is a powerful instrument of transmitting warp energy. Its warp relay ability allows it to enhance the Overseer's psychic powers and spreading their effect to multiple targets at once. If that is not enough, complete the cycle to transmit the most recently replayed psychic power once again. No cover can hide the Overseer's enemies who are under surveillance. If the Cyber Raven is nearby, relocate provides it with additional mobility. Stabilize is an essential ability for helping allies regain their wounds, while Evil Eye and Purification and Discharge are great ways to deal damage to multiple enemies at once. Yeah, and a lot of these are dependent on the psi rating. So we're gonna go with this. Ooh, name. There you go, Harvey. Because I don't remember Harvey Birdman's his eagle. I don't remember its name. So it can be Harvey. Attorney at law. As for the rest, Abelard. I think initially my first playthrough went Arch Militant with him. Or I might have gone Vanguard. Might do that again. Executioner, that is more Cabela deal. Yeah, same thing with Assassin. Probably would have been better for that one. Either or would have been that. So either Vanguard or the Arch Militant. Yeah, more with attacking, so maybe give this one to Heinrichs. And then, yeah, Vanguard can be Abelard. Keep him alive as much as possible. Cassia. Could go with Overseer for you as well. Yeah, the more entities we have for our fight would definitely help. Would give us an edge. Oh, okay, can't even access this one because of missing Psyker proficiency. To give her an eagle. Or that can give her the Serval Skull Swarm. Yeah, this one seems to be about healing. The Serval Skull Swarm is a versatile support tool that enhances the Overseer's combat capabilities thanks to the percentage extrapolation effect. It can transmit the effect of the Overseer's abilities to multiple targets at once, healing, and empowering groups of allies and weakening groups of enemies. Extrapolation, whenever the Overseer uses a non-attacking single target abilities on this Serval Skull Swarm, they are immediately applied to all relevant targets in a 4-cell radius, having no effect on the Serval Skull Swarm itself. The effect of those abilities is calculated using the Serval Skull Swarm's characteristics. The Serval Skull Swarm is considered enemies lowest priority and has immunity to all types of forced movement. Okay, if we do go with that, I guess we can't use Bring It Down. That'd be fun if we could. But we could apply Voice of Command. Yeah, you just apply Voice of Command to everyone at once. That'd be interesting. The addition of the Serval Skull Swarm can influence the course of battle through its signal abilities. Medicate Signal helps its allies to regain wounds at the start of the turn. Each ally in a 4-cell radius around the Serval Skull gains 2 times the familiars on fellowship bonus wounds and Overseer's Medicate divided by 2. Yeah, I don't believe her Medicaid is all that high. Yeah. So maybe not that useful for her. She wasn't that type of a support. Yes, fellowship is 30 as well. Two times of familiar's fellowship bonus, so yeah, 3, so 6. And overseer's Medicaid, which is also 30, so 15% chance. Oh, 50% chance to remove 1 injury. Sound effect unconscious allies. Maybe. But it's injury, not trauma, correct? Yeah. Yeah, so it'd be these things. 15% chance per turn. I mean, we could start boosting her medical. And then provocation signal. At the start of the turn, each enemy in a force radius around the serval skull swarm makes a willpower resistance test. Each enemy that fails makes a free attack against the closest creature, ally, or enemy if possible. After that, they act normally. Again, allowances is interesting. Send this into a group of enemies and have them attack their allies. Then priority signal distracts the enemy and improves their familiar's defense. Yeah, so a bit of a taunt. And then relocation. And then just causes the serval skull swarm to move. What about the Cyber Eagle? Adds obstruction to a target. Obstruct vision soaring. Or soar. Soaring gains alternative access to alternative, more powerful versions of his abilities. Okay. The obstructive vision ability will cause enemies to destroy each other with their own weapons. Really? Didn't sound like it did. Did that enemy don't have to melee? If that enemy has a ranged weapon, it shoots at the Cyber Eagle using the lowest AP attack with an additional 50% chance to hit that enemy's allies. Oh. If there are any within a cone behind the Cyber Eagle, and the Cyber Eagle attacks the enemies, dealing more damage and spending 0 AP. Okay, so flies to an enemy, and then the enemy tries to attack it, but then they do so with a chance to hit their allies, or an increased chance. Yeah, kind of would almost go with the serval skull swarm instead. The evasive obstructing Cyber Eagle provokes the enemy, causing it to shoot in its direction with increased chance to hit that enemy's allies. Yeah. When the enemies are tightly grouped, Blinding Strike can significantly limit their capabilities. Strafe will help the Cyber Eagle navigate through enemy lines, also dealing damage. Lastly, Live Bait will turn the familiar into a merciless. I want to scroll all the way down. Okay, that seems to be an issue. Merciless Predator, view, something, something, something. If Cyber Eagle is soaring whenever an enemy attacks an ally with a bait effect, each stack of this effect allows the Cyber Eagle to deal its weapon damage to the attacker. Once the effect is triggered, the ally loses one stack of this effect. Oh, so a bit of retaliation then. Yeah, both are pretty interesting. Then otherwise we'd either go with Grand Strategist or Master Tactician. Yeah, though with this one, yeah, if we go Overseer, we do end up losing the ability to grant extra turns that we get with these. Yeah, I think the Grand Strategist was one that could set zones. And then Technician was affecting a turn order or something. Oh, it buffs, okay. Now, say more about boosting momentum. Oh, I wonder if her warp abilities, well, not warp abilities. Warp abilities? Yeah, one of the warp abilities will transmit through the servo skull. Yeah, a few of these we could use. Yeah, let's go with that then. Yeah, servo skull extrapolation. Uses non-attacking single target abilities. Is it all abilities or will it be a very specific list? Okay, yeah, let's go with this. Give her a servo skull. Oh, don't get to name it. Cabela Executioner. Yeah, this seems very much for her. Inflict bleeding on all targets. A lot of it's about inflicting damage over time abilities or damage over time effects. And then the class abilities are about exploiting of those damage over time effects. Oh, they're going to get one. then I guess scope that one. Oh, okay. Is it just saying or highlighting them for viewing? Okay. Okay, so then first ability we'd get is whenever the executioner inflicts a damage over time effect on a target, which is already suffering from an effect of the same type. The target immediately suffers an additional instance of damage from the initial effect. All damage over time effects of this type on this target, including the one just inflicted and the ones that will possibly be inflicted later, are the level increased by +4. This bonus stacks. Okay, more bleeding on top of the bleeding that's already bleeding, making them bleed. This features the attack, inflict 4 levels of bleeding on all targets hit. This effect is applied after all other effects from the attack are applied. Is it per hit or per an action? Yeah, because that one blade dance ability hit a target 3 times. That'd be a lot of bleeding, stacks of bleeding. And then where it hurts the target or the execution next successful attack is under any damage over time effects. This target will immediately suffer 3 instances of damage from each of these effects. 2 instances of execution is a mix, a burst or area attack. Okay, so single 3, burst or area AoE 2. Damage is dealt after all their effects, of course. It was applied instead of a scourging strike and removes all stacks of forced repentance. Okay, so this one overrides these two, looks like. I really feel like they just kind of more like the conflict with each other. Oh, but where it hurts is an actual ability, okay. Okay, so it activates all the bleed stacks at once. I mean, all the bleed stacks, but all the turns at once. Anyways, Argenta, you don't get anything new. Bounty Hunter was kind of weak from what I remember during my first playthrough. And I don't remember why. Arch Militant? Oh yeah, I can knock targets prone and all that. So not. So yeah, devastating attack, not the reckless rush. I think this one is a melee one. Oh, but this adds movement, so never mind. Wildfire. Yeah, 0 AP attack, considering the gun that we gave her. Having it reduced from 3 to 0 would definitely help for the cost of... Never mind, this costs 3. Oh, but it reduces with sect versatility. So yeah, we can definitely get some reduction with it then. And then a kick. Yeah, versatility. One of the Archimilitan uses an attack that is different from the previous attack. The Archimilitan gains a stack of versatility. Valid attack types are single shot, melee attacks, single target or burst, area, melee, area, range, or ranged burst. Okay, so we just have to alternate between the single shot and the burst. Or that just a flamer and then her gun. Idira, as for you, you have a lot of options. If you're an assassin, you have divination and telepathy for your abilities. We have one overseer for you. Yeah, you'd be able to make use of the telepathy. But do we really want to rely on your psycho powers? Yeah, so I'd be channeling these types. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it helps out too much. Does it transmute to enemies? Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah, we did that, then we can get Mind Rupture. Though not quite strong enough for that. Yeah, the Dominator build would be good for moving snipers out of position. Though, are they going to head towards the Servo Skull, or not the Servo Skull, the Raven? Or are they willing to head towards the Deer if she casts? Then as for these ones, that's the heal. I should look at these when we were stuck in this for gamma. Yeah, it's a bit of a buff. Warp damage and perplexed. Okay. Repeats the use of the powers. And then immobilizes a random enemy. I mean, tempting. But again, we may not want to use Adira's powers too much to avoid those perils of the warp. Could turn into a grand strategist. Yeah, this is for melee only. So that's a no. I try out the bounty hunter. He has about, yes, dealing extra damage to an enemy. And then the trapping. As for the assassin, yeah, I could go with this, make an assassin. Yeah, mimic an assassin. Though I think that is actually what we did last time. Alright, let's go with this one. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, because Cassia, we gave you the server skull, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, give Adira the eagle then. Not sure how well this will mesh with her, but can always respect if we need be. Also, only Gamma was able to choose a name. Dude, Cyber Raven. Cyber Raven is a powerful instrument of transmitting warp energy. If we ever went, I already saw this. Oh, that extended bar. Oh, this is what it looks like. Alright, time to leave the planet. Uh, oh, okay, this is Cabela stuff. Cabela being Cabela. She always just be cutting herself. Boxmaster. Thanks be to the Emperor, you are still alive. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. This is reflecting us over your account of what happened to the system's sun. The Voxmaster falters. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approach the sun, black creations of inhuman make, mounted with sharp angles and edges that surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggled to find words that could describe the trouble sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Heretics. The interrogator closes his eyes and grimaces. Rukari. My lord, you see his expression change as if a shadow has suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temple wearily, as we do not have enough troubles on our hands already. We did kind of know that they were in the system already. We found their one ship crashed on the planet. Xenos enemies of humanity? Yes. What are the Xenos would they be? Yeah, and how were they able to carry out their plan? Heinrich responds and freaks said, "What's your temper, rope trader?" Judging by the Voxmaster's description, the system was infiltrated by the most elusive breed of the Aldari, one of Henry's ancient enemies. Their augurs are no match for the kind of technology they have at their disposal. Like all Xenos, the Drukari are a blight on the face of the galaxy, but their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the unenlightened eye. The theft of the sun is one example of what they are capable of. Fancy, they are super smart. By any chance, probably dumb question, can we recover the star? Paris glances at you with a weird incredulity. Are you proposing that we ask for it back? No, Roger, the sun's lost. Must accept that as fact and deal with the consequences. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, there might have been other possibilities, depending on how the sun was removed. Now then, the situation calls for immediate action. We can continue the conversation later if you wish, but right now, he gestures at the deck teeming with tumultuous activity. I believe you should assume command. Yeah, that is kind of what we're trying to do. First off, what is the current situation on board? The navigating center was no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the engine steers. Thought we cannot perform a warp jump. Yeah, Pascal, shouldn't you have been working on that? Pascal's voice buzzes anxiously from his blocks. He may be angry, perhaps it is lamenting the injuries they have suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. Times I rest my comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. Yeah. Should have taken care of that earlier. Wedging us in the shuttle. Well, obviously things were a bit chaotic. So what is happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the arch enemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there's practically no resistance being offered by the Governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the Blossom's final dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles. Wow, they give up quickly. But then again, what the cultists were saying would happen actually happened. Yeah, assuming no hope of rechecking the planet. I mean, if we had a way to restore the sun, maybe. Readers, I fairly recommend Russell's law. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. Must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy rescue besides a small number of our own shuttles. We also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. Yeah, we were able to save 2 shuttles. Argenta, the dark eyes of the sister of our Flash. Must save as many as we can. It's all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry, with the reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world. Through the power of prayer, the God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens and lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at the moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the holy relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who guard and tend to it. Abelard is furrows his brows. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Recognimus. The Von Relentless dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so limited though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Heinrich's, his eyes, like 2 deep dark pools are visibly fixed on you. The world is doomed as it happens along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge to death. Now of the cult of the Final Dawn's plan. I once witnessed a magnetic world that had surrendered to the service of the arch enemy and permitted corruption to enter GD. At this moment, millions of people are bowing their heads before those who promised them salvation. And they are willingly giving over their souls to chaos. The sacrifice great enough to bring forth a deeper world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the electro-priest monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Reckonmars from becoming an outpost of the arch enemy. But only death can rescue these people. The undying one has reached out his hand to the world. It's time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him and instead perish in the depths of the Imperium. Death is a mercy. Cassia, whatever fates you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain. The planet is burning in raging flash of crimson and purple. You can see it even from orbit. As do I see the storm is already upon us. Every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. Okay, running out of time. Here, I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking. We need to get up here while we still can. Something... Again, from that mood, something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. A speck of horror you feel takes your breath away. It is as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. God, do we actually only have time for one? Yeah, why can't we not trade it back at least some of the people? For a simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible and our soul weapon against it is useless. The energy with a smaller environment could stoke the warp energies. I've never witnessed the aftermath of bombing demon world before. But there's enough evidence of such attempts for me to say, with confidence, you do not want to see it. Okay, so time is very, very limited. What are the options for who we can evacuate? Thanks to certain number of troops, we can manage the crowd to find commoners and prevent them from overloading our shuttles. However, I doubt we'll find and one highborn citizen among them. Thanks to you, we have salvaged many shells from the starport we can now use. Or that we can save the fusion reactor. Can I save? No. Yeah, we could try to save them. I'm trying to think what we did last time. Last time I think I actually saved people and got the reactor. Yeah, there might be room for 2. Can't do it all though. Yeah, try saving them for now. If not, then we just reload it. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship costs us precious time. Indulging in vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the arch enemy. Is there really just so limited? Don't forget yourself. Or I must do as I see fit. Yeah, that one's a bit too aggressive. Demon World is a bit too dangerous. Let's try. Let's go and try rescuing them. Got class 15. You detect the flicker of something beneath ours, this sanguine mask. Anger, bitterness, whatever it may be. It's not seeping to the entire roots of passion. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the arch enemy could infiltrate the ship along with any rescue people. Of course, it's already done. It's like the shells will have capacity to evacuate more people. That's it, nothing else on the planet to save. Okay, so it was only just that one option. Don't particularly like that. Yeah, well, can we do both? Okay, we're blowing them up. Don't like missing on that iconoclast points, but yeah, the heretic stuff is a bit too dangerous. Yeah, that's Cabela's greeting, just randomly spilling blood all over the place. Yeah, it's going to fast forward through this. Oh yeah, the Xenos move with Aurora's cultists. You can roll the possibility to require would never ally themselves. That been one thing that humanity and Xenos have in common. Shared loathing of warp corruption. Look at them back to this. Current situation Lord. Settle planet now. And take a planet and then the options. Alright, load up. This will temporarily inform the navigation and artillery decks of the impending maneuver. Harrison closes it. But I trust Lord Captain may the sacred exterminators cleanse this veil of corruption. Yeah, surprised Pascal didn't put up that much of a fight or an argument. Alright, what is going on? Pascal the Warp 6 is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger, currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Magos, why don't you patrol the diplomats? Surely their contribution will speed things up. Pascal, this is now your ship, and your temples start acting like it. Don't call him a cog, he's gonna like that. Magos, we don't bring situation control, we'll all perish act swiftly. Crew, heed the words of Magos Hanman Pascal, I can request to let you take charge of this mess. Thank you, your leadership be alright. Pascal's voice changes when he addresses the crew. He now speaks with authority and resolve. Tech comrades, heed my instruction. The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. Arm-sized servants start working in sync, and the Beneric clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Right, admirably done, Pascal. Pascal, the Arm-side guides me. The prayers of the techpriests surround the cogitator almost and drown out the soundings of bustling bridge behind you. Pascal, poring intently over the dais lake in his hand, extends a mechadendrite towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. Alright, step up. And we went through all that trouble to save everyone. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens and hundreds of lumens. Blinking lights and lesser Russia symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water. And a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Amsai's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate of the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command. Acolytes, prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit reputation. Senior technomats, recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the capitological protocol. Ominous I rejoice. I must inform you that for the purpose of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its data blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, you must admit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hand. A minor deviation from the right of operation for the sake of appeasing the spirit. Alright, so what must she do? Place your hand inside the door of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core, where the machine spirit dwells. To it, we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol or defective connection and launch the warp sextant. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The laws on his side know no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Alright, very well, let's start. Place your hand inside the gargoyle. The metal jaws clamp down in your hand, raking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the vid screen before you changes. Camilla would have enjoyed that. Conducting 000.1, connecting 000.2, connecting 000.3. Success. Access initialized, ID 8627. Yeah, I didn't quite say what to do next. If you're supposed to start touching stuff or erupting viability, or we call it the warp engine. So what does it all mean? As Henry Weiss, the Cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the Cogitator's housing, shudders and with a screech the skull rotates towards you and stops in that position. 11th code of voice receptor. Scout emits a sequence of numeric signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that the defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no process response. A temporary override is permissible. Mellis intently studies the vid screen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hand on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machine code begins pouring forth from the box. Okay, well, what should we do now? Well, Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolable protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry without your sanction. The machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. Okay, so we're supposed to move on to this part. One of the Cogitator's vid screen turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of his tech priests, then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnicide, make it now the offering of a cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit, so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnicide have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine, one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the Cogitator's slots. Your head begins to spin from the holy center's foul-smelling clouds of smoke, and from the loss of the blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Really, gonna have just done it with one drop of blood. You're still taking. Pascal, let the mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head. Watching the vid screen, suddenly, he stops it. No. The fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command. His mechadendrites clicking their pincers pull at one lever after another. The bit screen filled with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the magos. Alright, don't interfere for now. Be quiet, let them work. After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flames and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the omnicided servants break off the prayers and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Alright, not going well, is it? Pascal mournfully breaks out. The massive errors in the warp section's calculation is destroying the data repositories. Dolphins cannot appease their ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Horizon protocol, or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The techpriest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the other vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal's too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Okay, read the information on the vid screen. Input pack comp. Step true, step false. Stat check initialize. Perturb reg, disturb reg, anomalous operate, resp query. Query? What query? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints, a sound that is drowned out by the Beneric hymns and the tapping of command runes. Input prompt, ping, request resp, injury, rescue, query. The Holy Machine, Remember Messiah, and Emperor reveal unto us your powers and guardians against our doom. Machine Spirit to select Captain Russell, obey me, and start the warp engine. No. Just keep it simple. Rescue. Yes, rescue us. Pascal turns to the captain. The excessive motion in your voice will render it unintelligible too. Pascal's next revelation goes unsynthesized as he sees the screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. Oh, so it is. The techpriest rocks crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering. Warp section activated. Registering. Data stream stabilized. Registering. 0 data errors found. Reporting. The warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I'm also reporting evidence indicating a category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion. Thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its functions to end in defiance of the activation. Helmsman Ravor. Lord Captain, Ravor here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and raring to go. We're ready to begin transition to the warp-related ship. Yeah, don't question the miracle. So let's go. Waiting for you to ascend to Lord Captain, the Captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. And so we blow up the power plant, doing what Aurora did in the first was planning to do.
Valencia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void ships plunged deeper into the Corona's expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
Very fancy. No, not gonna spread blood again. Up, there you go. Victus. Lord Captain, allow me to report our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Celio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate real space in the Furibund's system. Lady Navigator and her pilots are waiting for permission to begin the process. The Furibund's system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning warp in the Corona's expanse. The techpriests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and allow the servants of the Omnicide to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds on the docks. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection to the prime worlds of your protectorate, Ragonus, Janus, and Kiava Gamma. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Materium. Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading, I quote. Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. Agenda, Footfall. A place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well. Henrix, I'll be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord considers task complete. You should have taken your gear. Your ladyship, Abelard, your ladyship. Young Evane Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to say his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Evane swears he will not forget his debt to you. Okay, so he actually survived. Yeah, we did take him on the ship, so he did not go down to the planet, so that's good. Let's go. Hereby informed the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection, right? This unit discovered a data cluster within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Gamma von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. The unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator provided that she possessed the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Error speaker. Wow, okay. I guess somebody we were supposed to have rescued. Thank you once again for rescuing my squad. Rogue trader will disembark on Footfall. The trail of evidence leads to the docks, and it wouldn't hurt to pay the Leech a visit. I am sure he will graciously extend his cooperation to the RBTs. Oh, so the Solomorn. What happened to you? Okay, a few things go here. Solomon, is there any assistance I can provide in your investigation? Right at the moment, unlikely. We have a considerable amount of dirty and routine work ahead of us, such as checking the cogitator logs and questioning the station's residents, including its less palatable resident individuals. None of that is worth the rogue trader's time, I assure you. Still, should circumstances change, I will absolutely welcome the aid of such a dependable ally as yourself. Alright, maybe seeing again. Unless he decides to remain disappeared. Heinrichs, what about you? The range between the Lord Inquisitor and your predecessor was that I be transported footfall and no farther. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience any more than I already have. You're a skilled fighter, can use people like you. What do you say we extend your stay in my retinue? I mean, true to an extent. Thank you for your offer, but I must decline. I'm afraid my duty to the Golden Throne comes before anything else. Very well. Argenta. Who is the Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk? Argenta, he is the head of the Drusian mission on Footfall, and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I visited his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. I need his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valances dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your voyage ship, I request that we meet with the Reverend Hieronymus. Cabela. The shed blood has washed away the taint from our bodies. It is only right that we now wash our souls with the blessings of the servant of the Undying One. The Drusians, like the Blessed Web, are devoted to asceticism, rejecting wealth and luxury and surrendering themselves to his service. Though their thread is different from ours, the first spinner spoke of them with respect. Okay. None of Victus about the system we're arriving in. Fur abundance is valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for Footfall, the main base for merchants, arbiters, and rogue traders traversing the Coronus Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is operated by an Adeptus Mechanicus station, which is off limits to outsiders. Pascal, Alter Templum Calixus AXT-17. X-17. I had the honor of attending to this shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you guys abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. Okay. Bidden station for the moment. Okay, what about Footfall then? This is the largest port and trading capital of the Coronus Expanse. It has a dockyard that will allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropathic choir, the Coronus Expanse Communications Nexus. Sounds big. Ablard, not to mention pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, and forts belonging to a dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronus Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity's domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as Footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Although I have heard that the ties it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Yeah, it's just bare minimum. Vignes. Due to Footfall's remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant a summary execution. Moreover, Footfall is the domain of the rogue traders, who transcend certain imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. Again, Footfall is just a brief stop, then what is next? As soon as we solve the issues plaguing the ship and establish contact with the key worlds of the Protectorate, time will come for your Magna Sessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It is mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it's a major milestone in your personal history. The moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valances dynasty, we are looking forward to that day, Lord Captain. My eye is burning. Okay, Abelard, do you know anything about the leash of football? The Dame Tokara is a very peculiar young man. Consider your upcoming conversation a baptism of fire in football's political arena. Such things are not spoken out loud, but Leash Tokara is appointee of the Kazbala Commission. Okay, crime syndicate. The largest robber baron crime syndicate in the Alexis sector. They specialize in cold trade, buying and selling of all kinds of Xeno rubbish. Footfall was previously run by Leash, who did business with several criminal factions at once, but he suffered an accident. The reins of power were picked up by the Dame Tokara, whose appointment benefit not only the Kazbalika, but also the most powerful ally in the Crown's expanse, rogue trader Caligos Winterscale. The Dame is a slippery yet very cautious fellow. He does not usually beat around the bush and does not play mind games. Perhaps more importantly, he is no fool. Fools do not rise this high in the Kazbalikan hierarchy. Keep all this in mind. You are a rogue trader. You stand above him in status and wield considerable power. Having said that, history has seen cases where the Kazbalikan barons crossed swords with rogue traders and emerged victorious. Do not forget that and remain vigilant. Hey there, Saranic. Pascal. The Kazbalika, vile tech thieves. Pascal's fox barks out the last words like a profanity. Now then, why does he want to see us so badly? Abelard, not you personally. He wishes to meet the rogue trader of the Von Valances dynasty. Aurora does not know about Lady Theodora's death. He is simply seeking an audience with the powers that be. Micah is telling me that something must be very wrong on Footfall. If our astropath managed to read such strong emotions, such an anodyne message. Problems everywhere we go. With this, we have no information, Lord Captain. The broadcast from the Footfall Astropath Choir was only a missive Master Zachary has received lately. Chorus. Now then, tell the Lady Navigator I gave her leave to take the position from the warp into real space. Big Dis begins issuing instructions, and the massive ship appears to change. With their every word, the bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the shift to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Big Dis turns to you again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Leash Toker will be informed. It is required so we can use a dock. And besides, he is expecting a personal audience with the rogue trader. He will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still the matter of announcing your arrival. You can either arrive at the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit incognito. Yeah, will it actually matter with this? According to Footfall's laws, rogue traders enjoy special privileges that exceed even the powers of the Leash. However, they may choose not to exercise those privileges in such a situation. Arriving incognito will give you more room for maneuver, while an official visit will allow you to directly intervene in local affairs. Abelard, I shall explain if you do not mind. As per this unwritten rule, every rogue trader arriving at the station has the right to veto any of the Legion's decisions. But there is a catch. The Coron's expanse is home to several influential rogue traders' dynasties, and Footfall is where the interests intersect. Of course, that does not prevent certain personas, namely Caligos Winterscale, from subtly pulling the string to Footfall. If you, a new rogue trader, start your career with an official landing and a parade in your honor, The other dynasties may see this gesture as a newcomer challenging their spheres of influence. I do not see that as a bad thing necessarily. Old men with a scale may take slight offense. Shorta will be put on her guard. But you have just risen to prominence, and most people in the Chronos Expanse have not even heard about Lady Theodora's departure yet. It must be made clear that the banner of Von Lance soars as high as ever. Heinrichs, if I may, I would recommend arriving incognito. You have plenty of opportunities to savor the sweetness and burden of power. But right now, it's the last time you can take refuge in obscurity. This way your arrival will not draw much attention, and the people will treat you as a person and not the almighty sovereign anointed by the emperor. It could turn some situations to your advantage. Yeah, that is some sound advice. So incognito or have our own little parade. Let's go incognito and see if we can see anything hidden. See what they try to hide from us. It will be done, Lord Captain Victus bows again. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Okay, free to go, and Gabella just leaves her blood all over the place. Alright, head down to the planet. Oh, not the planet, the station. Alright, unknown ships. Rabor, but Captain Rabor's voice over the box sounds weary, rather than annoyed. I'm getting reports of several ships moving towards us, judging by the fact that they're not responding to our hails, and the telemetry shows a trail of macro batteries. They're not here for a chinwag, ready to issue orders to prepare for battle at your command. Yeah, first off, where did they come from? The rubbish of fair abundance, and I'm not talking about these wrecks that are about to open fire. I mean the remains of meteorites and gas clouds refuse from the shipyards. It all bunches together, and the smaller ships hide behind it to harass ships as they emerge from the warp. Okay, so there's a plane on the ambush. By any chance, could this be the work of Kunrad, Void Theater? The signs over the box last several seconds. It's possible. He could have hired some scum, or maybe it's just a pirate who saw the state of our ship and decided to push his luck. If it was Kunrad, I think it'd be a bit more of a larger force. Then again, considering this place might be a bit too definitive to be causing a lot of trouble. So anyways, combat time.
Let us purge your enemies, rogue trader.
Okay, you have engaged in space combat. Battles in space and on the surface of planets works quite differently from one another. In space combat, the battlefield is separated into 3 zones marked by various degrees of brightness. the acceleration zone, mid movement, and the end movement. Ships travel at high speed even during combat, which is why both your ship and those of your enemies must move a certain distance each round. You can only end your turn once your ship has traveled the minimum required distance upon entering the movement zone. Okay. To move your ship, left click. Once you do, you will see a hologram. Right, that part is the same. And good thing I set up our crew already. Okay, so we have 2 enemies here. What do we have for weapons? Port, starboard, dorsal, lance weapon, and torpedoes. Yeah, probably go with this and then turn. Not sure how maneuverable you're going to be. Your ship is equipped with hostile weapons. Ooh. Some ships are protected by shields. Right. Yeah, so we have to break the shield for each side. When facing an enemy ship, equip the shields, choose your angle, and attack wisely. Rectify the sides where the shields are weakened. Rotate's flagship is likewise protected by shields. If the enemy attacks you from a side where the shields are weakened, vertically the ship will take damage. Flagships and damaged shields do not recover at the start of the next turn. Instead, they can be restored using the Restart Shields action on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Restoring the shields and reduce the flagship's combat efficiency on its next turn. It would have reduced movement and firing range. Okay then. So fired that, did a little bit of damage. Launch torpedoes.
Launch the devastating payload!
Torpedoes, you have fired a torpedo salvo. Torpedoes will appear next turn in the priority order. Once their turn begins, you will be able to direct them. Your own torpedoes can pass through space occupied by your flagship without damaging it. As soon as your torpedoes reach a cell adjacent to enemy, they explode. Enemy ships can attack your torpedoes and destroy them before they reach the target. One well-placed shot destroys one torpedo in a salvo. As long as they are firing on it and not on us.
Engage the macro cannons!
Okay, can't use any abilities.
Avoid merger, if you please.
I'm in range. No, okay. Torpedoes are. Yeah, I figured we'd be in range of you. Nope, they actually did damage. Nope, we have to go this way. And then restart the shields. best we can.
Commence the symphony of Electrodynamic.
Okay, so U-turn.
Engage the sun.
Took a bit too much damage. Okay, that's annoying. And then enemy attacks can penetrate your shield and damage your hull. Damage remains after the battle is over, but was repaired. Open the void ship management screen to make repairs. Use scrap to repair your ship and restore hull integrity. Scrap and found while exploring star systems. Collected after certain space battles, or purchased from merchants affiliated with various factions. Very well. That is so very little scrap. And just for some minor cargo. Can we even do any repairs? 27, okay. So that covered it a little bit. Then I don't believe we have anything we can do. Oh, we can do some more upgrades. Yeah, but I need to save for now. And then we don't have any armaments that we can use. Alright, nothing more we can do with that. Okay, so we have footfall station there. This is the tech priests station, which we're not allowed. Okay, nothing from that world. Drusus blessing. What's going on with you? But Captain, we have a flagship. We have the flagship Drusus blessing with a small escort dead ahead. You're requesting direct Vox channel. Chartist Captain Asterius Thorfast. The Vox channel clicks, and after a brief pause, a dry, low voice hails you. Greetings, Sir Captain. I am honored to speak with the rogue trader of House von Venansis. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Asterius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How may be of service? Alright, what are you doing out here? Okay, yeah, we're... Okay, trade group. We develop supply routes for the Chartist. You see, my ship is representative of the merchant fleet in this part of the Imperium territory. Yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in needs of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. So what do you have? Oh. that's not a scrap. Gonna upgrade our weapons a little bit. Yeah, a lot of ship parts, good. We don't particularly need this one. You already have the lance weapon. That won't be replacing the torpedoes. Okay, overall less protection unless going against blast attacks. Could be useful later on. More armor, that would be helpful. An overall better shield. Griffin torpedoes. So 5 torpedoes instead of 4. It requires a profit factor of 24. Alright, some good items, but nothing we can afford at the moment, even if we did have the reputation. Alright, we can come back to this later. Couldn't we at least try for the repulsor shield? Maybe not then. They don't have a whole lot they want to trade for. Yeah, we're getting nowhere close. Okay. Yeah, so stay away from that one, since we were told to. Alright, footfall it is. Okay, Heinrich's left the party. Leave Pascal behind. Spawned right on top of the ship, huh? Liege representative, the leadership, forgive me for not welcoming you with the appropriate obeisance. We were told they would prefer to arrive on Footfall incognito, so we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. I'm here on the behalf of the Leash of Footfall, Lord of Ladame Tokara. Leash waits a chance to speak with you at his residence. But if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. Cassia, lips curl slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Adira jerks her head, shakes it, and hisses through her teeth. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Abelard sighs and casually places his hand on his weapon. Alright, fighting it is. Night 2 is coming. Judging by the voices, there's lots of them angry. They've got teeth, but they aren't that sharp. Their strength is in their numbers. Okay, we're going to test out our new abilities that we got. Wait, Leash representative? Pray, what are you talking about? What did you mean by such cryptic pro? He doesn't get a chance to say the rest.
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome?
Oh, what an amusing attempt at defiance!
Show them no mercy!
Right then. So, 17 enemies. Start with Argenta and Cassia. And Abelard again coming last. Okay, bunch of them in the back over there. Not too many. Wounds are pretty low, except for the armored guys. Oh, a bit more over here. Okay, solid wall over here. Okay, armored thug over there. So I'm sorry, I jumped over there, fire on... No. Start over here, she can fire on these guys. Cassia can be over here. Yeah, when you have your turn, you can pull them to the middle. Adira, still a bit further back. Gamma over here. And Bella, your okay, wow. Your turn is all we just in. Get to stay in the back. Abelard. Yeah, push you a bit forward, you can tank somewhat. Hopefully it won't be too much damage you'll be taking. Can we set your position? No, okay.
I'll do it.
I forgot to re-equip your weapon after you had to unequip it because the injury forced you to drop it. Well then.
Rejoice in battle!
Okay, destroy the cover.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, maybe Cassia can stun them and you won't get completely shot. I think we just use a grenade.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Oh, that's a finding grenade. Not quite what I wanted. Okay, so we're going to have to focus on these guys. Yeah, I'm gonna use bring it down. And she'll have to be stepping out of cover as well.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Grace, at least.
What was that achievement? Accidentally knocked out what? Friendly warfare on daring difficulty or above, you accidentally knocked out a companion in the warp relay area. Okay, wow, that was rather specific. Who was the companion you knocked out? Oh, knocked out a dearest companion. Yeah, knocked out her. No, here you go, still there. They don't even knock out. There are no neutral people here. Yeah, and all of our people are still around. Yeah, the bird is soaring. The raven is right there. And her skull's over here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I can handle this.
My heart still beats. Scared yet?
Oh wow. Just about one shot her.
Let's make it quick.
Okay, that was a weird case of friendly fire. So how do we use you? You have instructive vision. Should probably toss a forewarning onto you. You can use sensory deprivation. Which one of you still hasn't moved? You guys. No line of sight.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Okay, took care of a few. Can stop with these guys.
Let's see what you can do.
Pretty good.
Time to slaughter someone.
Nasty has been very lucky. Do we have the balance to heal? No, we do not. Could give a forewarning to everyone. Oh, Bloodstain Amelia. Right, you were there. And there was Ivy's. Those three back there. Are you all... You know your range. Thought you were melee there. Okay, one of you are from melee. If we do that to you. Yeah, you have to stand on the open. After that, there's gonna be two. Do you have a forewarning on you? Yes, you do. And oddly enough, you only have a fresh injury. It hasn't become trauma. Anyways, we'll have to try and get this stun off. Although Abelard can give you a heal. So we do that. Shock you guys.
What if?
Predictable downfall.
Oh, a genius at work.
Okay, good. You got stunned. What about you? And you're stunned as well. Main thing I have to worry about are these two guys. is up with your movement? That is a ridiculous amount of movement. Okay, if they're stunned. Yeah, that won't be going until next turn. So yeah, we have to build up here to deal with these three. Oh, okay, and then she just outright kills them. Sure, we can do that.
To the undying Emperor.
That is a lot of blood.
As honor ordains.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Hey, you've done that. Let's start killing these guys. And see, you're stunned. We can focus you down later.
Follow my lead. One fewer target. Will rule the stars themselves.
That's going to use all your movement.
A tactically sound approach. That took care of this one. Victory! One fewer target. My place is at the fore.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
What do I want to do with you? Not really.
If I may.
You get away from Adelard. A little bit of more over here.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Do not dare ask. Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Anything with your bird? Where'd your bird go? Oh, is it back to snoring?
Anything else?
And then, yeah, it's not gonna quite finish you off.
Schemes within schemes within schemes. A wicked thought. Huh. Let's see. What?
That is a nice way to buff. Deal buffs everyone.
The other side awaits.
You have to remember to re-equip Argenta. Servant. Shivering young servant looks up at you with horror in his eyes. Emperor protects the killed. Dear, every time I warn them and they all go all. Dear Emperor, our Lord and Savior, how could this have happened? Who would have thought? Adra spits on the ground in annoyance. So, quivering you unwashed woman as me would dare to attempt such an outrageous attack. Well, it's not like they knew who you were. You went incognito after all. Yeah, does that kind of thing happen around here often? Servant shooting, yes. Attackers and nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious, not a week ago. And a week goes by without them killing and gutting someone. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing, they follow no rules. Right, so Anver is quite dangerous. Do you know who they were? Yes, they're the Anvers, they're a gang. The worse I'm telling you, they're scared of no, not even the leash Tokara. Very well, go report this to the leash. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll just go report this to the leash. They killed her, they killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. Alright, now to get to looting. Chain swords. Okay, I don't think we're using these anymore. Go ahead and send these over. Combat shotgun. Abelard, is that better than what you have right now? Oh yeah, damage shot is definitely better. Weighty axe. Causes bleeding and it's one-handed. It also has better armor penetration as well. Okay, go with that. Hello, Capella, what do you have right now? Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't know your other loadout. We'll send two of them over. Black armor. I don't think you're the one that uses medium armor. Okay, yeah, that one is a bit better. Okay, so we have the Noble Sword that has the Disturb on it, and then the Spinner's Blade, which affects parry. And this one adds bleeding. Then again, the class we gave you, that one adds bleeding anyways. Yeah, the main thing would be to get it just for the armor penetration. And 8 to 10 or 7 to 12. But this one has a stack and critical hit chance. But only for the round. Let's go with one. Try it out just for now. Got your armor. Then replace your shotgun. Yeah, this one just critical hit chance and armor penetration. Yeah, the combat shotgun is just double the damage. And is there anything else with this? Yeah, it also has more ammo. Oh, do we not have any more of the good medical kits?
What lies beyond?
Few things of loot on the map. Psychoconductive frame. Cyber Raven key characteristic. Really, you have inventory, okay.
To the ordinary, I am an enigma.
Or not? Oh no, you do, okay. So, where is it? Where did it go? Does that give us more willpower and increase the maximum wounds?
Another note.
Bit of lore. Dead body. Strange memo. The holy book by the altar. That void customs guy. He's always on duty. Does he get any time off? Does he ever leave? Is he a servitor or something? Guess what? Hanging by the window. Remember to bow to the emperor through the window. Okay, odd note.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Aristocrats. Nobody named. Finest wines from Janus.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh
There
every
will
step.
be no peace.
Sometimes, though, you
in
just
my
fire your
wake.
biggest cannon and save the day.
Okay, that's a bit of odd dialogue. A1. Yeah, nothing too much to down over on this side. Oh, we've got to loot these guys. Leaflet, we need no rulers or leaders. We're not an organization, we are a force of nature. Yeah. And these are Anwar gang.
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
That's the container for Janus. Why is it here? Oh, have to solve this. I don't think we saw any clues for this. Enforcer like carapace. Doesn't seem all that special. Opticon 22. The tall hunch tech priest stares yumblingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. His skin on his hands is a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. Using identification, this unit is identified as a Lotus Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized or representative structural part of the Commandant's fleet and priesthood of the Dust Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links. Oh, merchant, right? Yeah, merchant. Alright, more medkits, always good. Stems we don't particularly use. Deflection gloves seem interesting. Paired with a ranged weapon. Machine right sets, need these. We keep on wasting them. Target designator, one of the wear hits an enemy with a deadeye shot. Reduces the enemy deflection by 1, applies 1 exploit until the end of combat. Stacks up to 3. Yeah, I guess the Jura can use it. Normal extractium. 9 of profit for that. Bolt weapon. Origins manual. Or medical. Weber. Exotic weapon. Oh, it's a net cannon. Alright, that could be interesting. About 1,550. Can't get the manual, we can get the 2 guns. Okay, ship commons are 200. I'll give the Mechanicus creations. A little bit more. Probably won't be using Weber, but never could tell. Then we'll also have it down here. A little bit much higher than our profit factor. Alright, just a saw. How about 50% armor penetration? Then some very heavy armor. Yeah, a lot of stuff to look forward to. Okay, give them back to you. Although the bolter does... Yeah, it does severely more damage. Okay, the rebel sniper was actually better. Alright, anything else left to uncover? Okay, so that's loot on the map is that one. So there should be one more over here.
Oh yes, they all will see.
Yeah, there it is. Internal report, I'm ready to inform you that 2 days ago, the discharge was interrupted by a raid launched by the Andrus gang. In the attack, 3 loader servitors were put out of commission. Furthermore, one cargo container, serial number FVDA1-16165, was stolen along with its contents. Yeah, what would those contents be? We could try to brute force this again. Hopefully he doesn't need it too. Yeah, and it does seem like it resets pretty quickly. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, I can't quite tell if whether or not we activate them or not. It's very easy to lose track. Did I get everything with this one? There it goes. Yeah, good thing we went back to see if we got everything with the starting with 3. So what was hiding over here? A lot of stuff. Who's granted to wear is plus 3% dodge until end combat for each side power they use and stacks. Cool. Interrogator goggles. Bonus to Xeno's lower skill and a Xeno hit chance. Fireproof cape. Immune to burning. And then we can remove burning from adjacent allies. Cool. And then a multi-key. Main thing though, those boots. Okay, Argento, what keep do you have? Yeah, lowers enemy dodge by 5%. Dodge reduction to whereas melee attacks. Okay, Gasca, you can be immune to fire. Oh, does this work for AoE range attacks? If the wearer's range attack hits an enemy, the wearer gains plus 5% bonus on critical hit chance for the next range attacks against the same enemy. Yeah, a lot of opportunities for this one. Yeah, I shame about the not stacking part though. Yeah, I think we were supposed to have given this to you much earlier. Okay, swap those around. Let's look one more thing to loot and then we can move on to the next area. But okay, it's just in the note here. Probably another thing from the Embers gang. Yeah, another Embers item.
There. Done.
Done what? A small altar. Oh, okay, you did a lore check. Small altar, the central spot, has been given to Drusus, a saint from the neighboring Galaxy sector. He is widely revered in the Ruinous expanse.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Still plenty of things. In RPD's helmets. Oh, it's something of the Cyber Eagle. And Grenadier's cloak. Wearers and their allies are immune to damage from the wearer's grenades. Oh. Let's see, Cassia,
They
you had the
fear to
eagle.
look at me because of my appearance. I
No, you
fear
had a
to look at
Cerberus
them
swarm.
because of their rotten-colored souls.
Did I even give you the Grenader abilities? I just give you the Grenader cloak then. Okay, so it says we found something for the eagle and the raven. I wonder if there's going to be something for the cyber skulls, or not cyber skulls, the
As it
skull
should be.
servitors. Anvers, yeah, Anvers. No. Nothing for the servitors, or not the servitors. The servo skulls. Rank 5 functionary Orbitio Cavalli. Angar Quitorius. And that was just your labeling, okay. Yeah, okay, can't actually talk to you.
Heal. We need to
Nothing
move
with the
on.
Ragman. I think that is actually finally it. Yeah, it is. Okay.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Don't think we're supposed to go to the shadow quarters. Yeah, I think we're supposed to go into the atrium. Oh well, we could still take time to look at this.
I hear strange breathing, full of poison and disease, masquerading as prayer.
For one such as you, the most sincere prayer would be poison.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Alright, and where's Ganda?
What lies beyond?
Who holds a flamer like that? You idiot, we're almost refueled here. We'll show you how it's done. I'm not just feeling anymore, that's all. This guy's pretty much a cinder now. It was a lot more fun when he was alive and thrashing about. Well, you're not very nice, are you? So much heresy on this deck. And
Glorious spectacle of
okay, wasn't say there was an interaction point, but no, we roped into this. Look at that, here comes another training target for us. Fire it up. Okay. 13 enemies. And we're Firestarter 87. And then the Arcsets are in their 70s. Okay, nothing too bad. Though it is a bit cluttered. Plenty of cover for them. Alright, before this starts, I'll be right back. Alright. Deal with this. Oh, and they all go first. Wow, that's seriously poor luck with this. Okay, if they're all going first, move everyone towards the back then. You're slightly in the way. You are a gunner dude, okay. Yeah, no good spot for you. Yeah, move up a little bit up there. Let's see how this goes.
Here we go.
Oh, you have a bit of move on you.
Whispers. Darkness consumes me.
Well, that's kind of no fair.
Show me what you've got.
Let's get to it.
I'm not injured. I'm in
Let's get
reach.
to it.
I'm here, maggot. Let's get to it.
Hold
Don't know
on.
what to do.
Let's get to it.
Let's make it quick.
Scared yet?
Out of my way.
So much fire.
Time to slaughter someone.
Here we go.
My soul shall become like fire.
Okay, definitely need to get her equipped with that fireproof cape.
Injuries will not slow me.
God, you suck, Cinder. Okay.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Defended himself. This isn't most people, but it misses him.
Me. As duty demands.
Maggot. Pain soothes my soul. By step, I lead.
Isn't this a job for this another foe painted black? If I may.
Oh, I actually got him moving this time.
Another one.
Just a minor setback.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Pain and duty go hand in hand. I will do my duty.
An exemplary strike.
Alright, apparently you can counter.
It will be done.
Should have shotgunned you instead.
There are many paths to death.
Yeah, Cinder's just taking everyone out by himself.
Hold on. Let's make it quick.
Okay, fires out. Yes, I do want to get rid of all these people. Do you have enough wounds for this? Barely. So, 3 over there.
I bring mercy and retribution. Death whispers my name. The shadows brings me no pleasure.
Oh yeah, I have a medical bag.
Though I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live. As honor ordained, the other side awaits. I shall not fail. As honor ordains. Brings me no pleasure.
Cool.
Out of my way.
And she's on fire again. Yeah, let's try to deal with these guys first. And then we'll leave Cinder down here by himself. And then we're gonna have Gamma give a turn to Cassia. Try to stim him then.
Let's get to it.
Be careful not to cross my gaze, as duty demands.
Fire starter not stunned. Oh, the guy's stunned, okay. Alright. Yeah, and her server goes down.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Yeah, I might as well set him on fire.
A wicked thought. Schemes within schemes. Too bad. I'm still standing.
Can't relocate you that far. No, first off. Yeah, we need to make sure I have enough or bring it down. So we'll take that one and then do a forewarning. And then we have to do it, bring it down. Either with the fire starter.
Let's
Yeah, that's where the fire starter again.
downfall.
Then you can focus on him. Hamlard is out of sight.
A genius at work.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I get a stun on you? No.
Field medicine at its finest.
Okay, we didn't get the talent that increases the damage for charge depending on range.
At your beck and call.
And you just have to go and dodge that. You did not counter.
You don't frighten me! Dread ends in death. I feel nothing.
Wow.
Fear nothing.
For 28. I think we might be able to kill him.
A dance of blades and shadows. I will not die in dishonor.
Well, we don't get another attack with them. Oh, it's because he was still alive, that's why.
You cannot trick death. It will claim me one day.
Strike me again. See what happens. What if? Oh, a wicked thought.
Can you move anymore? No, you cannot.
Schemes within schemes. Oh, a genius at work.
Oh, that's a bit of a shame.
A wicked thought. Let's see. Oh, a wicked thought. What if?
You are annoyingly tough.
Let's see.
See, we use this. Chains up to 6 targets. Can actually finish you off. Look at all it took was just everyone dying. Oh, and pets, when they go down, they don't get trauma. Excellent. Oh, that's rough. Like on Cabela. Okay, let's see if we can head back to the ship after this. Anwar's note left from Cinder's crew. He's waiting for you, you know the place, and so be there on time. During can be seen from the entrance of the Adeptus. From the entrance to the Adeptus. Make sure some gawker doesn't see where you're going. Got some armor. Guys, this wear plus 2 deflection and plus 20% armor against fire damage, as well as immunity to burning. Excellent. And then the thunder hammer. Yeah, this is two-handed. Find out more about the strange gang.
There will be no peace in my wake.
doubt me.
We have a lot of melted charges. May as well use them.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance. An expected result.
So much failure, Blurb. Oh, Grenadier's gloves, good. Yeah, we had a buy with the Grenadier's cloak. Weren't there any other Grenadier items?
One step at a time, amidst the madness.
Well, nothing to do about that. So the Adeptus, whatever it is from something over here.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
More propaganda. And really we did miss something up here. More flamers. Extermination Brigade Sergeant. Greetings, what brings you here? Did you want to watch us break our backs out here? Follow Utility Crew 3. Have to work for the Guardian Denizens and Destiny Station. Commander Winston, salute you with this flamer. Yeah, what exactly are you doing? Just bring rats and some trash and some parrots and other sorts. The district's under quarantine, you see, got hit by something nasty, just disease. Or maybe it is a disease, just some bugs and worms that crawled out of some ship or other. It's a bit odd that it happened here and not at the docks, I'll grant you. Except that you just start there. We even sprayed the place with some gunk to kill all the bugs and worms. I guess something slipped through. 2 families in that block way over there snuffed it. And the Liege wasted no time in getting districts around so that nobody could leave. Yep, something incredibly dangerous going on there. Yeah, you don't know exactly what's happening in the district, do you? No, we don't, and we don't want to find out. Something's nasty cropped up. The right move is to contain it and kill it with fire. Not go and see what it is and why it's there. I mean, that is certainly one way of looking at it. But you should definitely at least see its... I tried to identify it, maybe find out its cause. exactly did the blues die? Who knows, they found them in their hovels, already dead, blue sores on the body, and they stank something awful, which is why a lot of them that they're found didn't risk looting the corpses. Good on them, I guess, doesn't mean we let them out, of course. Hero was mentioning something earlier, I think. Probably another nerval infection. What measures have been taken to deal with the problem besides fire? You look at them, you stand here, we're in the wellness, and we've got people standing guard so no one escapes. Put some mines down or roll over them. For the same reason, the water, the sewers all blocked off to stop any communications getting out. The air is open, I suppose, but the foulness doesn't seem to be airborne. There hasn't been any strange deaths outside the district. Okay, so contained for now. No aid, I take it. Of course not. I mean, I heard Reverend Providence has been praying for the souls, which sounded more like a retribution fell upon them, and all rightly so. That's the most it can hope for. Can we enter the quarantine zone? Nope. Letting no one in until right now. Bribed intimidation won't work. Don't even try. You can find a file petition with the liege if you're so desperate. My advice would be to go your merry way. Like up in the nasty, dangerous holes. You don't want to die in this one in particular. You go in and die, and that means I'll have more corpses to burn.
Patience. My nerves are frayed.
Alright, we'll deal with that later. Some guards and workers. That looks Amber's related.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue threat.
Underlayer of rust scratches in ancient paint. The silhouettes of long erased letters are barely visible. Not only in the past, this filthy sign was adorned with the proud name of the bureaucratic heart of the entire Imperium, Adeptus Administratum. Martyr's Endurance.
Nice little spot. It's good to see folks enjoying themselves. Even the air in here feels...
Weird for Princess Ajira.
Would you look at that?
A few things here and there. Hopefully we don't get into a fight.
just as I was taught.
Yeah, I've been lacking the ability to use skill checks right now. We do have a bunch of melted keys.
The premonition
Oh,
runs
okay, that actually
true.
worked. Octaviana. So you have a name. Cowardice Skatov. You have a name as well. Well then. How about the throne that's in the poor sap who got his tongue cut out by the embers? That's the one. I think he was from the Casbelica. All the troubles are over now. Yeah, and we were told that the Casbelica were a pretty big group as well.
I've read about this.
The bolsters of the sturdy sofa move slightly. A soft hissing noise can be simply heard from the depth of the furniture. Okay, pleasant.
Stop! There!
Master crafted power mall. Yeah, nothing more with you then, apparently. The thugs. Some goods.
Oh, the irony. Ah, damn it. Oh, come on. Oh, the irony. Oh, come on.
Wow.
Oh, the irony.
That's supposed to be a 30% chance.
Duty prevails.
Alright, Ryza. The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she is surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears to be almost black against her dusky skin. Her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulder to her knuckles. Oh, and you actually have a portrait. Looking for something specific? You're buying or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask. Old Ryza knows all kind of folk. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Oh yeah, we were told about this by the prisoner. Yeah, Grandpa Backball says hello. As his face breaks into a broad smile, that old rascal. I thought he croaked in the mines a long time ago. But old man Backball's still alive and kicking, you say? Yeah, we let them live. Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together. And all the weird and wonderful things we've acquired. Bethel wouldn't have sent his regards along with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn, and because of that, Old Rise is going to give you a special discount. Gained a 5 profit factor discount on items from the Fellowship of the Void faction. Excellent. Oh. Bit of background for that. You notice how Blur's face twists in disgust. It would seem he had rather strong opinion of individuals to whom Reza refers to as Fellowship of the Void. Pirates, in other words. As a class with a shocked expression on her face, please, no need to be so crude. Yours himself, no doubt, is aware that Ruinous preaches that asceticism is a virtue, and only by rejecting material wealth can we ascend in faith. Well, I couldn't agree more. We are merely helping the servants of the Imperium to be a little more like Hieronymus. We're taking a small commission for our trouble. Yeah, it's all noble. Now then, what I actually want to look at. Not that many medkits. Hmm. 10% parry reduction and 5% armor penetration for melee attacks. Bayonet knife when they attack with any ranged weapon and a once on range. They also inflict bleeding. Would be useful, but I don't think any of our range attackers have that particular talent that lets them attack when enemies are in melee range. And a serrated great sword. 6 bleeding with this one. You've got some microfilament grenades, power chainmail, 50% armor, and it's medium as well. I think that's better than what Argenta has right now. Pulse boots. They're mixed in melee attack to gain melee area, to gain 2 movement, and 8% critical hit chance, lasts until the end of the round. And it stacks. Yeah, might be good for Tabella, but we don't have the profit factor for it right now. And the next thing we'd actually be able to afford is the industrial hammer. Yeah, not particularly using hammers. Still though, might be worth getting just for armor penetration. Then afterwards, everything's just too expensive. Swashbuckler's cloak this time. Yeah, bonus to weapon and critical damage versus parry reduction and armor penetration. Okay. Bit of something. Arch militant boots where the wearer performs a melee attack after a ranged attack. Target of the melee attack should pass the toughness resistance test with the minus 50 penalty or get knocked prone. Yeah, that is actually quite nice, but that is, I think, for much later. Ooh, Awakened Nightmare, you sound fancy. Oh, increases veil degradation. That's the kick ability if you do an AoE attack against at least 2 enemies. Grimoire of the Void. Nice for the increased damage, not so nice for the increased chance of triggering psychic phenomena. Nelith. Wow. Eldari weapon. Oh, and Swift Shadows. Once per turn after wearer uses Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance, you gain +1 use of dash. Guinness for Blade Dancer, so it'll be a Cabela item. You don't really need that though. I guess it'd be useful to keep her near the enemies. Now then, as for the items we bought, a silent verdict. Yeah, again, this one affects the parry. Yeah, parry and critical chance. $17 to $20. Okay, this one doesn't have brutal strike, but it does have the bleed on it. I'm gonna get that to you. So either dodge reduction or parry reduction with armor penetration. Okay, let's try that out for a bit. And then these are the Grenadier's gloves. Stabilizing bracers, yeah, it's only +1 damage for range attacks after run a gun. Let's get that switched out. And we'll give you the other cloak. Alright, glad we switched out that one weapon. We've dropped it.
There will be no peace in my wake. So
Gordy over here. And then the bartender, I think that's it for this area. Gordy Skatov. The flappy man in worn clothes is sighing heavily over a glass of murky booze. Only when he looks up at you do you notice his eyes, large, piercing, and full of sorrow. A stark contrast to the unkempt appearance. Could it be that someone actually wishes to keep me company? Allow me to introduce myself. Gordy Skatov, architectural historian. He looked deeply despondent over something. What happened? Gordy says something. Here I go again, pouring my heart out to have you disappear in 10 minutes. Just like everyone else before you. But alright. Here is the story of Gordy Skatov, the unluckiest historian in the Imperium. I was born 2 sexes away from here. My family was quite influential, which allowed me to dedicate myself to my great passion, the history of the Imperium architecture. I spent a number of years studying every scholarly work there was to find on art, and then, once I had inherited my family's fortune, I traveled and documented the development of architectural thought on different worlds until one day, the accursed and blessed day, until one day I came into possession of something quite special. You could be summarizing this. Gordy pulls out what looks like a book or an album with a homemade leather cover out of his bag. Both the pages and the binding look well worn. Here it is. My Undoing. This is an authentic booklet titled The Wing's Design, one of the thousands that were printed centuries ago in the times of Footfall's construction. Cassia, what a curious read. Just tell us more. As Cassia takes a shy step forward, Gordy smiles and shows her some of the faded pages. Skatov, Footfall's founder, Lord Posimus, was obsessed with his creation's grand future. This book describes in detail what Footfall was meant to become. What it was meant to become upon its completion. Dozens of asteroids turned into glorious palaces and temples. Many massive bridges spanning the void itself. And the marvelous flying buttresses, the arc vaults of the exterior arches, and the elegant arrangement of balusters. And the interior, proliferous, 10 stories tall and more than a kilometer long. Cyclopean light tubes that catch the light up for abundance and use it to brighten the halls and the hearts of the asteroid. Stained glass windows and mosaics. Bas relief statues. Engrossed in his own description, Gordy stands up and starts tracing out the outlines of arches and galleries with his hand. Nadira, she blinks sleepily, barely suppressing a yawn, and starts looking around with bored expression. Be polite, keep listening. How long can you go on? Emerging from his river, he catches himself, blushing slightly, and loudly flops back onto his seat. I apologize, I got carried away. But you must understand how deep an impression this booklet left on me when my young self picked it up. I simply couldn't think about anything other than Footfall. I was ready to give my life to see this incredible station. And of course, no matter how hard my friends and loved ones tried to dissuade me, I still gathered all my savings and set out on a journey. It is no easy feat to cross 2 sectors, especially for a common citizen, albeit one who has some resources at his disposal. I had to change one ship after another, at times being forced to stay on transfer worlds waiting for a vessel headed to the right direction or for the warp disturbances to subside. The voyage took me a total of 107 years, in real space-time, of course. For me, it was much less than that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 or 35. And then, after all those years having spent all my savings, I reached my dream. And you found this place. And what I see, a dump in place of the exquisite portico. Metal antilles clinging to the columns, and marble tiles pilfered by paupers to use as cladding for the hovels. Gordy hangs his head. It's been a dozen years since I came here, and I still haven't recovered from the shock. I had suspected that not everything from the booklet would exist in the reality. I never expected to see Footfall in such a sorry state. It's like stumbling upon the horrible, decomposing corpse of your beautiful beloved. Magenta, her gaze darkens. The warp, like a shameless thief, guilty of stealing the short span allotted to his servants. But what sense is there in spending half your life in such an enterprise, only to then lose your spirit and waste the remaining half on nothing at all? Cassia, so then, ink and paper too can lie and cause pain. Cassia sighs sadly. Does this mean that all I have ever read about will one day disappoint me with the ugliness of reality? Maybe. Maybe if you don't temper your expectations. Plus, what he found was just all plans, not actual documentation of the final result. Now then, a compelling cautionary tale. You're a historian, is what happened to Footfall not part of its history. Tragic indeed, I wish I could see Footfall the way its creator envisioned it. Yeah, probably would have been better if it had been able to finish. Regardless though, is what happened to Footfall not part of its history? Gordy strokes his goatee and thought. Yes, Footfall's current appearance, slums fused together with the remains of majestic palaces, is a unique phenomenon. It would be curious to observe if other places have taken after it, thereby solidifying as a new style of architecture, or if it still remains a local oddity. My word, you certainly know how to provide an unexpected perspective on things. Did no one point that out after all this time? Be that as it may, I just want to say thank you for hearing me out. Over the dozen years I spent on Footfall, not one person has hung around long enough to listen to my story, but to the end. It's such a delight to have shared everything that's been weighing on my mind. That's because you really need to learn how to summarize. I'm poor as a church mouse, but I still have something to offer you as a token of my appreciation. After studying the booklet thoroughly, I discovered something interesting. A ciphered message scattered throughout its pages, taking the form of a riddle. It described certain places of interest on Footfall. I believe it's the work of the book's creators. What if these riddles led to something? A wondrous discovery. I will gladly share what I've been able to learn with you. Cassia, riddles. A flash of burning, almost childlike curiosity brightens Cassia's austere countenance. Let's see, have you not tried to make this one discover yourself? I have, of course, but I'm an old man who's blind in one eye and can barely move his legs. I never found anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing to find. I mean, are you sure about that? It has been a long time. Could have certainly been discovered or not even finished. Now about the places these riddles lead to. The first location from the riddle isn't far from here. It's a bridge that was supposed to go through the center of this district and into the void towards the neighboring asteroid. Only a couple of its spans were built, and even those lying ruins. Still, the cache survived after all those years is there somewhere. The second location is the Lantern of the Great Cathedral. The lantern is a small tower on top of a dome. You've seen Footfall's atrium, haven't you? No, we kind of skipped that. The atrium is just a nave of the former little cathedral. Leech's entire so-called palace would have fit inside what was meant to be not but a single room. The Great Cathedral, had it been built, would have been even bigger. But alas, its construction was just getting underway when the wind died and his work stopped. The lantern from the dome, however, had already been built and survived. It was brought inside the atrium and dubbed the Chapel of St. Drusus the Warrior. And that's all I know. I wish you luck in your search. Okay. So, 2 locations. Again, we can deal with that scavenger hunt later on.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Anything more? No, doesn't look like it, aside from you, Octaviana. And you also have a portrait. The brother woman with a wealth of fiery hair, is in the process of tinkering with some unknown device that is clinking melodiously. She has a rough-looking implant in place of her lower jaw. As you approach, the implant begins to move as if independently of the rest of her face. Welcome to the Adeptus Amesicus. What can Octaviana get you, Amesec? Low? Something more interesting? Octaviana freezes in place. It can't be. Are you Sister Argenta? The Sister Argenta? The one who was the one who has the war scum of footfall shaking in the boots. Almost as there as the one who was the war scum of footfall. The whole station is talking about you, and here you are, in the flesh, in our humble Amesicus. Argenta stops Octaviana's torrent of adoration with a calm gesture. No more, I seek retribution against transgressors, not glory for myself. Despite her words, you catch a glint of Argenta's eyes. You can tell she's enjoying this enraptured attention. Octavian's expression changes dramatically when you see Cabela. You there, you should know that if I see one dead body around here, I'll have you thrown out of my bar with a hole in your head. Your kind doesn't scare me, and I'm not about to let you ruin my business by leaving corpses all over the room. You being here is already making half of my clients less thirsty. Cabela, I've heard your threat. Do not fear. When my skillsmen here, you will not find the bodies. You say that, but you are going to leave blood all over the place. Let's see, aside from the drink, what can you give us? What is this place? The oldest watering hole in Footfall, the Adeptus Amesicus. It's only Adeptus one can find a Footfall. I'm Octaviana, and serve drinks, lend an ear, and if it comes down to it, fight the rowdy ones. She sizes you up carefully. Folks usually come to the Amesicus for either pleasure or business. Might I ask what brought you here? Curiosity. Well, sure, it's nice to know that this dive piques the interest of people other than thugs and boozers. Then again, the Amesicus is like a rock. The outside's horrible to look at, and the sides are remarkably useful if you know what you're doing. She leans forward. Sitting at the bar often puts folks in a talkative mood, and I don't see anybody paying me to keep quiet. Visit from eminent individuals like yourself boosts the status of my establishment, so I can pay you by sharing what I've heard. Some of it might help you out in your dealings. Fair enough. So yeah, I guess we'll ask about the ambers. She gives you a searching look, then answers in a lowered voice. Maybe I knew something about... Well, let's not shout about it to the whole bar, alright? I'll be here long after you walk out of this bar, and the Embers respect no agreements, laws, or other gangs. Look at them the wrong way, and you're dead. They're also been on the strong side, too. Anyways, to the point. Those Embers are scum amongst scum. The most unhinged goons you can find on Footfall, and even other unhinged goons want nothing to do with them. They have no hierarchy, no territory, nothing. Only a nameless leader, who most of the Embers haven't seen. This leader sends them leaflets with inspiring messages. Followers are recruited by the other followers. At least try to bring them into line. But like this. You clear out one group, and in the meantime, 5 more spring up somewhere else. Like I said, no one knows who the leader is or where this leader operates from. But here's what I've noticed. The most recent ever leaflets, the ones fresh, you can smell the ink off of them, always show up in the same area on the big slum asteroid. Let me show you where it is real quick. She uses drops of liquor to draw a basic map around the bar. Right around here, I'm positive they're printing their little poems somewhere in this area. Okay, nice clue. As for the latest news, one might interest you, a tale I heard from a tipsy voidborn from a cargo barge. They exited the warp halfway between Abundance and the Aurora's system and came upon a shuttle wreck adrift. The shuttle was registered to the inevitable Triumph, a merchant ship that disappeared decades ago. She was bound for Footfall. Her cargo holds room with valuable goods, but she never made it. If anything, it all survived the shipwreck. It could be quite the lucky find. Nice. Picked up a rumor. Here's another tidbit. Some poor sot was here bawling about how his crew tossed out a whole shipment of cargo along with the trash, and it was his fault somehow. He hid the fact, and once they docked a Footfall, he immediately went on the run. No surprise there, and they discovered this blunder. He would have been executed. I don't know what sort of cargo it was, but the ship he served on usually goes between Footfall and Winterscale's realm. She passed the 100 Dreams crossroads and Langren's Belt. If you happen by the area, you might want to look for wherever the idiot chucked overboard. Okay, more rumors. Nice. The Adeptus Domesticus, not very reverent. What makes you say that? Do you know where you're standing? On the deck of the Martyr Endurance, a sacred vessel that once belonged to the Adeptus Administratum. 100 years ago, the bureaucrats sent a mission here to establish a department, set up some kind of record-keeping overhaul Footfall, and make everything here follow a billion laws to the letter. As you can see, it was the Martyr's Endurance and its inhabitants that got overhauled in the end. I don't know what happened to them, but the locals like to come here to make deals and count the money, like before in this temple of the Imperium Accountants. Over there you can see even the signs being preserved, partially. Yeah, obviously they just had a bunch of accidents. Let's see, a great place. And around space could ever appear in their burst light. Dive like any other. I guess we'll continue to play nice with Octaviana. Like I'm flattered, it's not often that we get important visitors here, and it's even less often that they really appreciate this place. Okay, keep her talking. Anything going on in Footfall? Haven't been to our fine station for a while, have you? As per usual, there's never a dull moment. Either someone's getting shot in the square or some rich guy's going on a safari to hunt commoners in the shadow quarters. Sure, the Legion makes sure that the local shenanigans don't get in the way of business on the station, but what happens on the outskirts adds a little spice to our lives. We make do, but the real trouble is that every passing day it gets harder to find grub. I heard some horrors are happening in the void outside Fremundus, that not all ships are making it here, and the Legion's old patrons don't seem to be in a hurry to help. It's taking a toll on the Vladium's authority, and if his authority wobbles too hard, we'll have plenty of people lining up to take his place. Yeah, it's to be quite trouble if a war were to break out on the station. Okay, and that is a second minor alcohol.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
And we did not leave any loot behind. Right, so let's quickly return to the ship, if possible. Get that, fix all the trauma, and then we can head over to the atrium. Object identified as Lord Juan Valensis. Object continuity sends an official greetings and invites you to a synchronous communication. We already talked to him. So what does he want now? Learn about the invitation. Confirmed I wish to discharge, reciprocally validate. The initial contractual obligation doesn't Legiscar Theta. Under the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran years ago, about 34,761 Terran years ago, the explorer Cognition Fleet is received from representatives, authorized units of the Juan Valensis dynasty, a volume of high-grade medium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 tentillion void tankers. Receive it and then pay, compensate, remunerate, settle accounts. Should I go on, or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment principal offerings from the Cognition Fleet can be made to Von Valensis assets at the current time, after which the contract obligation will be fulfilled archived. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of payment principal offering. Alright, so they didn't pay the bills. So either reputation or a mobile extraction. Yeah, and I forget how, not sure how easy it is to get placement of those. Okay, let's get the 2 extractiums. Request is accepted. The second machine will be loaded onto a holder vessel. Good.
Citizens, remember that breathable air is a privilege reserved for the most pious and industrious servants of the Imperium. Toil with zeal and vigor, and your efforts will be rewarded with blessed
What lies beyond?
Alright, doesn't seem like anybody's complaining about that. Let's again, this time atrium. Yeah, maintain the party. Okay, so why was this already revealed? Don't know.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
She's back in Footfall. Thought she left on pilgrimage for good. Who are you?
There will be no
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his servants. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The holiness of the temple does not lie in the height of its vaults, but in the generosity of the sacrifices offered in it.
Alright, one way to look at it. Alright, much better with these chances.
Oh, come on!
And you're still failing a lot.
Ugh, damn it! Oh, come on!
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. I better myself through my service.
Yeah, that's a rather sturdy lock. Really should be coming here with Pascal then.
patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
The balloon crowd has cleared and has closed in on several herd-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. Then cries into his face. Leave no doubt the massacre is about to take place. Why? Just cut the throats already. What are they thinking? Letting that ship dock at Footfall, they're all stricken. Instigator. No, we're not heading. We get the blood on us. We'll be tainted too. Better burn them. Aramis Doloroso. Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest clad in simple black raiment, cuts through the crowd, having a crowd like a void ship guiding across in the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the rights. Legend just starts at the side of the elderly priest. That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he decided to intervene in a street squabble. Yeah, why so surprised? Watch in silence. Leave without getting involved or intervene ourselves. Intervene too. Make it a party. So the gate is born to you, and who are you supposed to be? A concerned citizen and armed one. I suggest you think well before giving me lip. Right, we're supposed to be incognito. Robert Rouser gives you an impressive look. You got a point there. I wonder if you can back it up. Sounds to me to clear your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you have to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. And what's wrong with that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death. We're not we're not heretics. The haggard man is on the verge of tears. We're refugees. I swear to the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. Well, that's a rather heretical thing to say. Where were the protectors that were meant to shield the lands of humanity from nightmares? Traitors. Traitors and heretics, a lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd. The people gawk at you, at the priests, at the wretched group huddling in the center. Cassia. How tiring. The motley sea of colors that fills this crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them the acid yellow streaks of fear. The reds buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the heart of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish black grief, but the words are as transparent as that ice that lies on top of a glacier. The commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in their affairs is hardly worthy of you or me. Let's see, not the rabble rousers. The people before you insult those instated by the throne to be above them, and thus they deserve death. Address the refugee. Those serious accusations you're spouting. Hope you have proof. All onlookers are to return to their homes immediately. The refugees can go to Dock Alpha Row. I will speak to you later. Comply or face consequences. Now, first off, yeah, you have proof for your accusations. What more proof do I need? The man shouts. Yaba Gamma used to be a prosperous world. My family transported goods from there for generations, and then they came and butchered, tortured, sacrificed entire blocks to the darkness. We were on our ship up in orbit, and all those messages started coming in. Half the wardens down there joined them right away, and they were even reached us in our ship with some blight that made half the crew take their own lives. We barely escaped. We barely made it there. Why? Why did this happen to us? Oh yeah, Gamma Gamma, that's one of the Von Valancius' worlds, I believe. I wonder what this is all about. Is the planet really under attack, or did some devious opportunists send us slanderers here to undermine the might of the Von Valancius dynasty? What could it be, I wonder? Hey dear, there's one guy I bet you've heard of him. His name's Kunrad Voidveer. He ran from us not long ago after having his ass handed to him. He must be itching to get even. Yeah, definitely could have been him. He'd even by besmirching the dynasty to which he belongs and the supremacy over which he laid claim. He is scum, but he is no idiot. No, I think this is something else. There are many who wish to weaken Von Valancius. Either that, or it's much simpler. These people are lying and their planet was captured by heretics. Or these people aren't lying and their planet was captured by heretics, and the rest of it they made up themselves. I can sense darkness in the past. I may not be an expert on Kunrads and their schemes, but when it comes to things like this, I know what I'm talking about. Okay, so we're gonna have to deal with the refugees later if we don't want them to die. Coercion? Oh wow, that failed. And what makes you think we'll listen to you? Maybe you're one of them? You better stay out of this or we'll get you too, and you, Reverend. You can look away or whatever will handle this. Tablet, I hope you don't plan to lay this insult to your house slide. Ablar is glaring at the crowd before you, furious. Alright, you dare oppose me? Seeing that the crowd's attention distracted the refugees from Yabba Yabba, make a run for the docks. Doloroso, go on then, wreak your depravity. The Emperor already sees all the rotten baseness that reigns, so to place my hopes in his judgment.
Do you dare to look me in the eye?
Give me strength.
So, Doloroso, are you judging us too, or judging the rabble over here? At least we got out of the way. Only 8 of them. And again, they're going first. We really need to do something about that. Okay, at least I'm not that high level.
Emperor, protect me. Quick, quick!
My ears are ringing.
Alright, it should be a fairly easy fight.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Emperor, protect me.
Oh, she could practically kill them herself.
Die with grace, at least.
Stun all of them but one. Okay, we can get you moving this way.
If I may.
Emperor, protect me. Quick, quick! That's gotta hurt.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Thy blade be drenched in blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins.
Cool. Yeah, I probably should have activated this. Yeah, the blood oath.
Trust me, death is a blessing.
Follow my lead.
And I should be able to charge you down.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Okay, easy fight. Mr. Anonymous, where did you run off to?
Curiosity
Oh, okay.
sings in my
No, that's not
veins.
Anonymous. That's just a random preacher. And then the Androids gang. They even up in here. The silence cogitator would be enough to break any tech priest's heart. The machine is leaning slightly to one side, grimy covered in scrawled drawings with frivolous writings scratched here and there on the casing. Several keys are missing and the rest are coated with dust. Try to repair. Okay, good, it's succeeded. After a series of creaks and groans, cogitator lights up and several lines of text sections headings. On it are several lines of text. Yeah, the wind's design. Cogitator flickers and grunts before displaying a tapestry of text. The great pessimist, the Wayne intends to conquer the current, expand and build the most grandiose structures, which will then shine through the ages, praising names of his creator and his descendants. Footfall the palace in the stars. Glory of the great pessimist, these will live on throughout the ages and his grand designs. Cogitator hisses and grunts as it tries to clean its insides by spewing out dust. And the detritus through its cracks. Cogitator hisses for a while, then the screen flickers and once more shows the words. The great pessimist, the Wayne intends to conquer. Oh. Okay, no clues for a little treasure hunt.
They all will see.
Now then, Ruinous, how angry are you? The man with the face so drawn appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone. Fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes upon you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice, he says, "The Emperor protects." The norms of alms. Yeah, demonstrate our faith for now. Emperor protects, Reverend. Lord also, but he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Leery of this conviction of yours. Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have fallen from it into the embrace of pride most degenerate. And you must be the young Von Relancius. That name carries weight, and it is burdensome one for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, taking them along the way to ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison? Could be dogmatic, could be heretical, can't be iconoclast. But what do you know of Theodora's transgressions? A woman of great gifts, but few consider virtues to be one of them. People whispered that power had corrupted her, made her believe that she was entitled to anything she wanted. It is known that she showed cordiality to Xenos who broke taboos and violated dogmas. Then again, so do nearly all the rogue traders. Yeah, so why single her out then? Rogue traders are the Emperor's anointed. I act at his command as evidenced by his signature on my warrant. But only up to a point. And did he grant it to you personally? The Emperor has entrusted his servants with the future of humanity, but people are too weak and flawed to prove themselves worthy of his trust. So how do you know who we are? The Emperor has blessed me with acute hearing, and the people did the rest. How many members of our crew do you think came to confess the moment they arrived in port? How long do you suppose it took me to piece together the truth from the words? Yeah, but we have our own confessional on board. So, yeah, why were they going to you? Alright, awareness succeeded. The priest's voice is rasping and harsh, but you can still manage to pick up strange change in tone. There's something hidden behind this shift in speech. Something that you did not consider necessary to explain. So we know something is off, but we can't ask him about it. Right, no need to debate. Predictable response. Why must you be like that? Looks Argento was standing nearby, and his voice sobbed slightly. Greetings, sister. I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful? Argento, it was Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodore von Lance's ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy, who appalled the heart of any righteous soul. She says, nearly hissing with fury. And not all of them met an unfitting end. Some fled. More than that, the blasphemous words clearly point to their attacks being part of a larger design. Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the Steamboat Trader's crew and help protect the Von Valence's dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I am divesting myself of this responsibility of guarding the Footfall Reliquary.
Praised be the wisdom of our most honorable liege, Vladime Takara, under whose oversight Footfall flourishes and
Let's see, add something.
proclaim your gratitude to our illustrious
See that if it don't. I would add something to that if it doing so went beneath me. Overly arrogant. Sister Argento stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward and say nothing. Oh, I have no need of her service. No, we do. Yeah, she stood by our side. Hieronymus nods thoughtful, or nods in thought. Follow the call of your soul. Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall Reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival. Wow, harsh. Ronald smiled sadly. I know that it is that calls you to follow the Rogue Trader. I know what it is that calls you to follow the Rogue Trader. Sister Argento, you seek combat for it. It helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path. But before you start toward your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, more dispossessed people on Footfall. They brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters, and the darkest corner where the Legious wardens are adventurer. Hate has taken root. You have a kind of suspect that? Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarter mark their bodies with the sun inscribed in blue and gold. We've seen that before, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing that these reports to be rumors, but I know what evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. Yeah, come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, the dark times are upon us. The wretched souls grow even more eager to embrace heresy both on football and elsewhere. His foul buds are coming to bloom. Troubling news is arriving in many planets, and there are whispers of wicked things taking place on Gamma. And just recently, a transfer ship by the name of Navica, team of the refugees, arrived on football from Witch's Guild's realm. The world was stricken with blasphemous sedition, and such was the severity that they had to flee to save themselves. Yeah, seems like a lot of the Witch's Guild worlds are undergoing a bit of a rebellion. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed to Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in this den of vileness. Why don't you go to the Liege with this matter? I do not walk the paths leading to the Liege. Vladimir is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He seeks to please his Kabalsky masters. Alright, we'll verify this rumor. Argenta with great pleasure. Argenta lays a hand on her weapon. I almost wish for them to be true. My heart yearns for battle and battle some heretics. Doroso, this is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Is there more you wish to talk about? Again, I believe that was the main thing we need to talk about. Just dealing with Argenta. Can move our conversation to a place more befitting people of our rank. Why? For a missionary, this temple is a patch of a deck beneath his feet. From where I stand, I can clearly see the life of my flock, while it's bustling, blooming, and wilting. Here I can see their vile urges, feel the hopes, and flashes of sincerity. If I were in the habit of locking myself in a temple, would I have made it in time to interfere in the massacre of your subjects from Gamma? No truth that resides in the golden halls, but here in the square among the people. Golden halls are home to other, or filthier things. Alright, so that should be it for your task. Okay, so Argenta definitely a recruit now. She's not going anywhere. We have already checked this.
Everyone, applaud my brilliance.
Yeah. I checked it again. Didn't use anything. Alright, and with that, I believe that we will end it here for today. Alright, some decent progress. We actually finally progressed out of chapter 1, and yeah, I got this started into chapter 2. I had that rather tough fight against the Anvers gangs, but got past it, and then got a whole bunch of lore and quests and rumors and stuff. A lot of information for progression next time. Anyways, continue this next week with more exploration of the station, and then probably getting out into the greater universe, or at least the expanse. So yeah, that would be for next week on Sunday. As for tomorrow, we'll be back with Wormwood instead, continuing our run with the Odyssey DLC, where we just continue to struggle along with our group of pawns, trying to, well, just survive and, yeah, find some good enough people to recruit to our little crew. Then Saturday continues on with Phoenix Point, where after I guess after the lengthy tutorial we can finally get into some proper missions. Yeah, a whole lot of points here to see, and a lot of stuff to research, bases to build, and weird alien creatures from the deep to kill. And then, as I said, more Rogue Trader on a Sunday. So, with that, thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel to find out when we're watching. We'll be on Twitch or on YouTube for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, there's always my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_EE, I am RE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a different dasher underscore depending on where you prefer to go. But if you do not use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. You should give it 30 minutes. And regardless of those pods start and end times, what's in the middle is more reliable in here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. But anyways, nothing else. Thank you once again for watching. Thank you all to those who happen to stop by stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VOD. Hope you're all reasonably entertained, that you have a good day or night, whichever you have to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you, and goodbye.